Hello and welcome back. Thank you guys for joining in today. And today it's a kind of a new day, right? So I'm going to be showing you guys how we can build out a platform like this. So by the name Positivus, so it's just a way for us to be able to play around with or renew our knowledge in terms of how we build out, landing pages and so on. So now we're actually using a kind of a very cool font, if you, as you can see. And we're just going to scroll down for you guys so that you guys can see what we have so far. So we have the logo group section, and to go down, we basically have this cool cards with some slight borders at the bottom, looking so good. And then we can actually scroll down. We have this get your proposal. This is how our button looks like. Very nice. So we have this little section for our case studies. We have this, and then we have our work in progress. So you can see we've actually built out a kind of a custom FAQ kind of layout, if you know what I mean. So we actually use this Shadcn to achieve this. It's very straightforward, and you can click on anyone, so you basically see it highlighted and so on. So that's very cool. And so you can come here, you can see the different cards that we are having, including all the social media icons and so on. So you scroll down, we have the contact us section. Here you can actually input your credentials and so on. And finally, we have the footer section, right? So this tutorial will not be complete without worrying about the mobile responsiveness. So this is actually it. This is the mobile part of the package. So you can click on here. You can see we have some cool setup already. So you can see how good it is on the mobile screen. So you can see this is very cool and very smooth. That is all the component that we are using. It's very responsive, highly responsive. Yeah, so yeah, that is actually what we'll be building. So without further ado, let's get into it. Hello and welcome back. So we'll actually be building out the Positivius page, right? So it's just like the way the other sections are. So I think I've already demoed how it will look like. So we have a kind of a straight page all the way from here to I think the footer section. Right, so yeah, so we'll be building this component by component, so that we can be able to, get a good outlook. So first off, the first thing we do is to basically like clone the repository. So I'm going to create a branch here. I'm going to create a starter branch. So this is actually where you'll be, changing into, and the other branch has to do with the main branch, right? So the main branch will contain the up-to-date code of the end product. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on this green button and copy the clonable link. So if we have that clonable link, I'm going to head into my repository, and just right here, I'm just going to use the command git clone and paste the link right there. So this what it's going to do. It's going to try to clone the Postifos repo locally, so we have access to it on our local system. Alright, so yeah, it's done now. So what we can do, and we'll just from here we cd into it like so. And yeah, so now we have everything up and running. So we need to install our packages. So we could do that by using the npmi command. So this is going to try to like install our different packages. And while that is actually happening, we could just open this up in our editor. Alright, here we go. Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, so it's still doing the installation, I think. Yeah, it's still installing. So wait a bit for that to complete. And while we're waiting, we can easily just go in here. And the very next thing we're going to do is to try to understand the kind of the font pattern as well as the different assets of this application, right? So let's start with the font, right? So let's select any of this. The font is Space Grotesque. Nice. What about this one? This one. So let's have it selected again. We don't see anything here as of now. Okay, let's open it up. Space Grotesque. Alright, interesting. So this is our font name. I think we're using similar fonts in all the different texts, which is good. Right, so this is the H3 and so on. Okay, nice. Shout out to OJ. I think she basically um, design this kind of properly. So there are actually color scheme you can choose. This is a primary, this could be secondary, this is just our accent color. So I think this is how it works. And what we're going to do is to basically look for this font, right? I don't know if it's a Google font, but it's something we can check out for. So space grotesque, that's the name. Oh, it's a Google font. Nice. Nice. Okay, so now that it's actually a Google font, it's easier, makes sense easier for us. Next.js has a tribute Google system, Google font system. And we could just go here, go to app, go to layout, and then we have enter. So what we want to do is to try to import space. So it's gonna be space. Okay, let's see if that's coming through. Grotesque. Not. No, I don't think so. Okay, it's never read. Okay, let's just check it out again. Hello, exported member space grotesque. Do you mean space underscore grotesque? Interesting. So enter will change that to space grotesque, something like that. And now we have to worry about the different font system, the different weight. So when you hover over there, you should be able to see all the weight that it supports. So I'm going to hover over that. So we see that it supports 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, and so on. So these are actually the supported weights. So it doesn't have 100 or 200. So we could easily just take that off. So we have 500, and then we have okay, sorry about that. So we have 500, then we have 600. All right, and then we'll take off the 100 and 200 like so. Okay, so yeah, so that means with that simple setup, we already have our font in place. So what we're going to do, we have our packages installed. We could just do dev to run the local server, and yeah, so this should actually run our server. It's going to take a while for it to compile, but yeah, for the most part, that works. So let's set up. While that is happening, we can actually set up our assets. So in here, we can have the images folder. And within the images folder, we're just going to bring out all the different assets we have here. All right, so the first one has to do the logo. And click on export, preview, and export this. All right, so let's rename this. We're going to rename this to, I don't know, we have quite a lot of them already. So if I could delete all of this, that thing is not really important at this stage. Just move them all. Nice. So we can focus on what's important. Okay, so we're going to just rename this to the logo. Nice. Okay, so now we have this microphone. There we go. We're going to do the microphone illustration. We'll rename that to okay, so microphone illustration. Right, so we already have that as our microphone illustration, which is cool. So next thing, we have a kind of setup here that I think we could use, right? So we don't have them, like they're not much. They're actually libraries you could use to make it animated, right? So we can have a section moving to the right, and we can have another section moving to the left. But for now, it's not really like critical, so we could use the image format for those. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to export this as a singular image. Yeah, so it depends. Yeah, so if you want to do it as an image, it's fine. But if you want to do it as a separate entity, yeah, that works too, right? So all right, so for now, let's just grab it as an image. Just going to export this, and then I'm going to call this logo group desktop. All right, so nice. So we have that as a logo group desktop. So we need to find the logo group um, mobile, right? Okay, so we have the desktop version. Let's have the mobile, right? So we already have a section here. So I think what we're going to do is to just group them. So we have something to work with. So we have the export here, and then we can just export the entire group. So we'll use similar name. This is going to be logo group underscore mobile, right? And just add mobile there. Okay, so yeah, so I think that's it for the logo group. So which other one? The other one we want to like focus on is the cards, right? So we have quite a couple of cards here, and the other services. So we could just name them S underscore something and so on. All right, so this is the first card image. So we could select that and export. Okay, so we have to rename this to S underscore one. Alright, so we have the other one, and we click on the export right here, and this would be S underscore 2, meaning this is the image for the second card. Okay, alright, so yeah, so this one will be S3. So that will be S3. Nice. So this other one will be S4. Alright. Okay, so we have the S5 and S6 as well. Alright, nice. Alright, so we have all the different S images, right? I think one of the things that we didn't take note of has to do with this one. So we could use an actual image, or we could use two different selection. So I think it just depends, right? Depends. So let's use it as an image. We select the first one, and we're going to call this arrow dark. So rename this to arrow dark. And at the same time, we have the lighter version. So select this, click on export, and this will be arrow light. Okay, so yeah, interesting. So yeah, we basically have those two variations, and we have a proposal image right here. So let's select it, and export illustration. So this is going to be so what we're going to call this proposal illustration. Okay, nice. All right. Okay, so we have this arrow. We should actually use the SVG corresponding part of this, right? So which works, and yeah, so I think we could do that. We could just use the arrow coming from Lucid React. It's one of the packages we're using. Okay, so nice. So we basically have this icon for the working in progress section. So let's see if we could drag that as well. So let's see. So let's say minus icon. So let's grab the plus icon as well. Alright, so yeah, we have the minus, we have the plus, good. And then we have the theme section. So in this theme section, we basically have, okay, that's interesting. We have a LinkedIn icon. So I think that'll be the first thing we have to export first. Okay, so I'll just call this, is it LinkedIn or Instagram? It's tricky. Alright, let's just LinkedIn. Okay, so yeah, so this is the first team member. So we could easily export their images like this, or we could export the actual image and fit it within a kind of a setup we create. So it depends. I think the similar approach, the simpler approach is to basically just export it as is, and we could use it that way. So what we're going to be using here for the teams is just going to be T1, T2, T3, all the way to T6, and let's do that. So export team image. So we're going to have T_1. All right. So let's go back to the second one. Export. Okay, so it's still exporting, so let's wait a bit. Okay, so this is with C_2. Okay, so this will be our T3. Alright, so this one will be T4. Interesting. So on to the next one, T5. Okay, so what else do we have here? So this will be T6. Okay, so yeah, so we have T1 to T6, which is interesting. And then the contact us section, we have this effect, I would call it. So we have export, so we have it like this. So basically have like two things. So we have to group them together. And I click on the export, let's see. Good. So if we could just make it, we can do that. Interesting. We can do that. It's too spacious, I think. Alright, so we'll just use like absolute positioning to put it in the right corner. So we export this, and this is going to be the contact illustration. So we'll name this to contact illustration. Nice. And yeah, so we're now down to the footer. So in the footer, we just need a couple of things. All right, so we have the footer logo itself. We're going to export this, and it's white, so you might not be able to see it directly from here, but it's already selected. So I'm just going to rename this to footer. Alright, so footer underscore logo, and then we have the LinkedIn. So we already have this, but let's create it again. Doesn't matter. So I don't know the difference between the LinkedIn icon and the Instagram icon. I think I should check it out. Oh, this is Instagram. Oh, okay. Definitely LinkedIn. Damn it. It's LinkedIn. Alright, so I just need that clarity. Okay, so what else do we have? Sorry about that. Let's go in here and go to downloads. So this will be LinkedIn. So LinkedIn icon. So we have another thing. This has to do with Facebook. So export that. So this one will be Facebook icon. And Twitter icon. But now X, by the way. Select this, export. So, but this is actually the time when it was still, when it was still Twitter. So you can do Twitter underscore icon. Nice. So yeah, apart from that, I think that is all we need for the assets. We are good to go with the actual implementation. So now our server must have been set up. We just go to the link provided, so we can close out all of these ones that we are not using, and yeah, we can close that as well. So while this is loading, other thing we do is I already have the images folder. We just have to drag and drop all those images we renamed into the images folder. So these are all of them. So I can click on one with the shift button and click on the last one. So I'll just drag and drop them into the images folder. Nice. So I don't need them to be here anymore, so I can as well just delete it permanently. Okay, so now we have all the setup and then we're good to go. So yeah, that is it. We can see that our font is coming in as expected and our server has been started successfully. Okay, so first off, let's build out different sections we'll be needing for this app. Right, so we didn't set up colors. That's one thing we didn't set up. So let's do that. Right, so these are primary color. Let's go and copy it, and I'm going to go to our tailwind.config. About this 10 block, I'm just going to have color. So in here we're going to have the primary, and there we go. So in this primary, we have the other one. Either we'll call it just secondary, or we could do that. I think those are like the three that we're having. Okay. So let's call it secondary. And then we just have tertiary or ascent. Let's call this ascent. So I'm just going to copy this F3 into 3 places. Nice. So that's actually majority of the colors that we have in this application. Every other thing just relies on those two colors, which makes sense. All right. So yeah, so those are actually what we need. So now let's start building out our actual application. So what we're going to do, we are going to be building it alongside the mobile version. You can see we have the mobile version on the right hand side, right? So as we're building for the desktop, we're taking notes of the changes it has to undergo on the mobile side. All right, so yeah, so the next thing we do is to obviously build out our skeletal framework. Just going to close everything out. We're going to go to source, we're going to go to app, we're going to go to page, and I'm just going to pin this for now. So we're going to remove everything that we have here, create streamline again from scratch. And in here we have a navigation. That's the first thing. So we can do navbar. Nice. So other things we'll be needing, we'll just create a new folder. We're going to call these sections. So we're going to be breaking every section down into their own respective section, so that we can have a page to just consist of a group of sections. Okay, so section now, we have the first one. This is going to be the hero section. Alright, so that's the hero section right there. And the next thing we have is the logo group if you want. It's completely optional. and we could do that. So local group section, and then we have the service section. Okay, so here we have the service section. Nice. And after that we have the case study, we have the let's make things happen and so on. Okay, so okay, there we go. Then we have the case study section. So here we have our working process section. Okay, so we have the team section right here. And we have the contact us. Okay, so we remove the E there. Okay, and then we have the footer. Alright, nice. So we're going to put all of this together in the page. So minimize this again. And let's do one after the other. So hero, logo group, service, let's make things happen, case study. Okay, so we have our working process. Then we have our team. And we have the contactors. And we have the footer. Nice, so I understand that everything will be needed right here. And boom, they are all coming in as expected. So this is how all the respective components, which is nice. And yeah, so without further ado, so let's get into the navigation. So what we're going to do is to build out the navbar. So we can pin this. You can just unpin this, don't need it anymore. And the things we need from here are basically a logo. So logo now is going to be just name this to images. So meanwhile, if you've cloned from a starter branch, you should have access to these two components. They come with the with the starter branch by default. So you should have access to the main button component as well as the navbar component. So this is our logo coming nice and clean. So one of the things we need to do is to basically put all of these about us services, use cases, pricing, and blog, right? So what we're going to do is to obviously just create kind of we couldn't make it an array of whatever, right? So we could just come in here and just call it links, right? So going to be the name. So yeah, so we have the about us, and then we have the link. So they should all just point to the home page is fine, since we don't have the other pages. So we have the about us, we have the second one. This is services. So you can copy this again. And then we have the use cases. And then we have the pricing. And also we have the final one. Okay, nice. So this is something that we'll have to look over so that we can have a proper setup. So what we're going to do is to just come in here and do okay. So we're going to put this inside and we'll remove it. So this is going to be a combination of link.link. So this is actually a loop. Don't forget to add your key. So we're going to add the index as the key. So yeah, there's a typo here, link. Okay, so there we go. This is the link. We actually meant to use the name in our link. Okay, nice. Okay, there you go. So next thing we need is the button, right? So we have this, we need this button right here. And instead of putting this one here, we can just do main button, text, request a quote. Okay, so let's see how our button looks like. Boom, we can't even see. We can't see from that button. So we are going to be modifying it because if you notice, all the buttons we have on this page don't really have shadows, right? Except maybe this one. Let's say there is a shadow. There's no shadow effect whatsoever. So it's safe to remove the shadow from the main button. So we're going to open up the main button. Not that one. Select this one, double tap, and then we have. Yeah, so bridge is just going to be not primary but transparent or white. Yeah, we could just make it white. So text is going to be black by default. So yeah, we're moving everything that has to do with the shadow. Boom. Nice. So we create our own border around it. So let's see the structure of most of these buttons. So you could change the background yourself, change the text, and so on. But the border still remains for the most part. Okay. So since that's the case, we could just add a border to it. So this is going to be okay around here. So this is going to be border. Border secondary. Okay. Okay, so one other thing we need to do here is the width of the button. So from here I can say that the width is around 231. So let's reduce overall width to match that, 231. So the height on the other hand is around 68. So if it's normal, we can do 60. And if it's light, we can do 68. If it's mobile, we can just do 58. 50, something like that. So the roundedness is 14 pixels. So what we can do for it to be rounded, so we just need to look for the rounded tag, right? So this is 14 pixel. Boom, there we go. There we go. So when you override, we could have that effect on. To me, it's perfect. It looks very good. And also we should know that this and this are just together, right? So we have to bring this part to this part. So that is a separation between the logo and then the text. So what we're going to do is to close up this one, and I'm just going to make things right. And the way I do that basically is just taking this one and putting it here. Boom, so we have it, right? So we have all the text, we're aligned alongside the button, which is perfect. And one other thing we need to worry about is on the mobile, we want it to look exactly as this, right? So I think I like this this hamburger a bit, so I will just export it. Hamburger. So that would be our hamburger icon. So I'm going to bring this within the public images. We'll drag it into it. And nice. Now that we have that, so we can go to the mobile section. And what we're going to do is to try to break things down individually. So this is going to be images/hamburger.png. Nice. So so for the links, all we need is this guy. So we could just copy everything from here and I think paste it here. Alright, so let's see. So mobile, here we go. Boom. Okay. So but the thing with this is we have to make it not on the row orientation, but on a much more vertical column, right? So how do we do that? So it's very easy. So one thing I want to do is to obviously just do flex colon here, since we already have it there. So so I think we don't even need this div anymore, to be honest. Yeah, so that should just do it for us. So you can close it, you can see everything still comes up nice and clean on the mobile. On the desktop, we have our initial view. Good, so now we've been able to come to the end of the navigation section. So the other next section we want to start building out is the arrow part. So for us to be able to do this, we're just going to go straight into the arrow section, and I'm going to open it up and pin it. Okay, so this is the arrow section. So as you can see from the arrow section, it basically has like two major divs. So we're going to do this is the first div for the left hand side, and that will be for the right hand side. So for the left hand side, we need this text. So, and also we'll be breaking it down at some specific point. So after there's a break. So after landscape, there's a break. Nice. Okay, so we basically have a couple of things. So if you check the style guide, there's actually an H1, there's an H2, there's an H3, and so on, right? So if you select, for example, you select this, you're going to see the H1 here, right? So this Figma file is well built that, the designer basically just grouped everything into a very reasonable name so it can be easily used, right? So we have the H1, you can um, detach the style, and then we have the H1 has been system. So with this, we can use it to subsequently determine the different shape and sizes of our application, right? So we're going to continue, and we're just going to go to our Tailwind config, and in here we're going to have the font size. So in this font size, we're going to have, let's do H1. So that would be for H1. So this is a normal text, normal paragraph. So normal is basically just going to have like 20 pixels. So 20 pixels. And which other one do we have? Right, so we have another one here. H2, so this is an H2. So H2 is basically 40. Interesting. So you can come in here and we can have an H2. So that's actually 40 pixels. Okay, so yeah. So then we are having like H3 at one point. Oh, there we go with the H3. So H3 is 30. Okay, so those are, I think all that we will be needing for the most part. H1, H2, H3, we'll still have H4 and paragraph. So we just got this paragraph, right? Okay, so that one is like 18 and so on. Okay, so so far so good. All right, so we're going to go back to the drawing board, and we're just going to add all of this. It's going to be test large, and we're going to have another paragraph here that basically shows all of this. Okay, so this one will be 20. 20 is like paragraph, right? So we have the color text black, same as this one. And lastly, we have our button. So the button name will be book a consultation. Okay, so this text large is not coming in as expected. Oh, it's using 18 pixel. That's not true. That's because we already have a large setup. Font sizes. Oh, H1, not like this large. H1. Nice. So the font width there is actually bold. We reduce the leading a bit. We just really lean tight. Sweet. Alright, so yeah, so this one looks very tiny, to be honest. Even for a regular, it looks so tiny. So this color here is color dark. So that will be our test secondary. So text will be white. Boom. So regarding the text size, it's going to be text H2 or text P. Okay, so this paragraph. Okay, we're no longer getting. Okay, maybe let's do PP, something like that. Let's PP. I'm just curious why it's not coming in as expected. Instead of text white, then text PP. So let's just do 10 pixel. Alright. Nice. So the spacing between here and this is like 35. MY 35 pixel. And nice, right? So the other part has to do with the way we have it on the right. So on the right, we have this kind of setup. So what we're going to do is to obviously have slash images slash okay, so slash images slash, so that's going to be the illustration, microphone illustration, right? So we'll have to create our own art. So we'll call this a microphone illustration. Alright, so we'll call that the microphone illustration, and we can rename, we can refresh. Boom, it's coming in as expected. Nice. So all that's left for us now is to separate it between this and this, and that's the easiest part. So what we can do is we can come in here and we can flag it and just justify between. Right, so we can do that. Okay, so we can decide to do, oh, let's make this 50 and let's make this 50. So the way that works on the norms is just add, let's scroll here, same also with here. So that will allow them to maintain 50%, 50% each. Not sure why it's not working. Okay, so let's grow. Let's do the first grow from here first. That's weird. Very weird. Okay, so if that doesn't really work, so there's actually a different way. You can just set a width of 50%, and you do the same thing for the other one. So it's actually one of those two. Not sure why Flex Grow wasn't working in this instance. Okay. Alright, so well, that is good for the most part. So one of the things that we'll be doing is we need to figure out the spacing between the left side and the right side. You can see that design is perfectly done. There's actually an equal spacing on the left hand side as well as on the right hand side. So on the left hand side, so what we're going to do is to obviously just go to the entry point of our application, and in here we're going to create a div. We just want to make the thing work in one place, right, instead of doing it in every other places. So MX can actually just be 4 in mobile, So, but in desktop environment, so want to use 100 pixel. Okay. So the same 100 pixel we're dreaming of using is the same we use in the navigation, right? So we can come here to the navigation and we can remove this link. It's not necessary for now. And MX is just 41 pixels, so let's do 100 pixel. Sweet. So we have to make sure we do it that way, or you can make this one sit on the same spot as the end, right? So let's do that. Yeah, so we'll do MD MX4 for local, MD, so margin left tangent, we can do 80. Okay, then we can try 90. Sweet. So you can see it's actually merely just sitting on the top. I could use 85. Alright, I just did that perfect setup. Boom, there we go. You can see that the star is sitting right on the top, so you can come here on mobile, we still have a very good feel. Okay, so yeah, this is actually the first setup, and the other setup would be about noting a different system of it. Like I will separate the different sections, right? The gap in between. Okay, so if we take a look at this one, we see that the difference here is actually 70 pixel, and what I can do is to note that one, right? So I will just all right. So the next thing is we already have the structure of how it's going to look like, and the problem with the mobile version is it's kind of separated, right? So we have a setup here, but this is actually on the top, and this didn't show up, right? And then we have this. All right, so we're going to think of a very smart way to do this. And while we're thinking about that, let's see if we could make this take in the full width. Okay, so this is actually taking in the 50%, but it's not really just doing it the way we want it to. Okay, so maybe you can take this one off. Yeah, something like that. Something like that is way better. It's way better. Okay, so yeah, as we said something about the spacing on top before. So yes, 70 pixel on top, and let's do that. That's just going to be a padding. So 70 pixel. Sweet. So yeah, so let's worry about the mobile setup. So ideally, when we're doing the mobile, we just try to break things down into a very into a stack format, right? So this alone will make it just responsive for the most part, right? Right. So I think on the mobile we have to reduce the size of this guy. So this is the H1 mobile. Oh, there's an H1 mobile. H1 mobile is 43. Okay. So we go to Tailwind config. We go to say for 3 pixel. H1 mobile. Okay, so H1 and so it will be H1 mobile. Okay, nice. Okay, so yeah, so one other thing we need to figure out now is that we need to put this one here, right, and just do the reverse. So we need to have this underneath the core text. Okay. So the width is just going to be, so what we're going to do here is that if it is medium, so the width is going to be full. Okay, it's just going to be full, but no problem, we can take this off. But one thing I will do now is we have to make sure that this image is right below here. So you could just come here and put this there, and we're going to have some cool classes for it there. So we're going to have some cool classes for it. So in here we're going to obviously just use the same my padding on mobile, not a problem. And at the same time it's just going to be hidden block and the hidden. Okay, so let's see, maybe all these stuffs, right? So we can just hide them too on mobile. Hidden MD line block, something like that. So the width, oh okay, not really a problem, I can take that off for now. And the width here can actually just for desktop view. Okay, so we have this coming in, we have our guide coming in, and also this can actually be hidden on mobile, and medium can display it as a block element. Okay, so which other thing do we have that is not in the right order? Okay, so we have the description and then we have the button. Boom, that's all we need, right? So that's all we need to make it work. So we have the right setup now. And the other thing I wanted to do is to do the width of full. Let's try that out. Nice. So this will only apply for so yeah, let's do 100% for for medium devices. That should give us the initial width. Sweet. No, not really. So we have to define this width, right? So width undefined. I don't know if that will work. So that will not work. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that this applies to small devices only. Okay, so one other way we can do this is we can go to the actual component and check the width that we are using, which is this. So we can copy it from there, then come back to the hero section. Let's close this out, and we just add code that width right here. Boom. So if we go mobile, boom, we have the full width of the button, right? So when you over there, I want the text to be black so it looks good. Okay, so let's do that. On over, text black. Sweet. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. All right. So now we basically have the hero section all responsive and looking nice. So one of the things we might figure out, well, not really a problem, I would say. Let's check it on actual mobile. Sweet, looking very clean here. All right, so nice. Let's go over to the other section, and this has to do with the logo group section. So what we're going to do is to It's just build it up, right? So it's a build up. So for this to happen, we need a way to be able to know, okay, this is section. So I'll come in here, pin it right here, and I'm just going to close out the hero section. In the lower group section, we should basically have two things, right? So we're going to have like two images, depending on if it's if it's a medium device, it's upwards, or if it's mobile, right? So if it's going to be a mobile, so we can do hidden and end the block. We just give it full width, and that should be good, right? So that should be good for the most part. So for the other one, it has to take in the same class name, but in a reverse order. This will be block, and this will be hidden. So this will only show in mobile view. So in here, we're going to bring our image in. So we include our auth as well. And our auth here is going to be lower group. So we do slash images slash lower group desktop. The other one will be lower group mobile. Nice. Name it lower group desktop. And I'm just going to copy all of this, and in fact I'm copying the entire thing and taking it right here. And this one will be logo group mobile. Okay, so yeah, let's check what we have. Boom. So let's check the one by one. Boom. Nice. Okay, so now one thing I think is very important we note when building out an application like this is the actual spacing in between, right? So we can use 70, which is not bad, right? Which is not bad as the spacing in between. So we could do flex so we can just specify a gap. Nice. So now one other thing I will do is to make sure that this stretches to the end, right, which it's not currently doing. So one way you debug issues like that is you inspect it with your browser console and you try to investigate why that is happening. Oh, that is happening because it's only taking like the full width, right? So for the image to take the full width to this extent, we need to add with full to the actual image itself. So in here, we're just going to come in here and do with full, not dull, with full. Boom, there we go. And object cover. Nice. Okay, so that would be it for the most part, but let's see. Yeah, this is exactly the way it is right there. Zoom seems to have a different color compared to what I'm seeing here. Yeah, Zoom has a different color compared to what we see here. That's so crazy. But it's fine, it's fine. I think that's the actual color for Zoom, by the way. Oh, it's the actual color, but the developer, the designer was trying to make sure that the color is not that bright, right? So we just have the same asymmetric color everywhere, right? So let's see if there's a way we could have a good work around it. Okay, so layer luminosity. Okay, so I think we could use that. Using luminosity for an image in Tailwind. I think it's something possible. Brightness and out. Okay, so let's try brightness 0. I know we have the sepia and the rest of it for the most part, but let's see. Oh, there we go. There we go. So that's very sweet. So let's do brightness 50. Let's do brightness 50. Okay. Oh, can't we do brightness 10 as well? Oh, I think it's more of 0. But this looks like grayish or something like that. Luminosity. I don't know. It's not just perfect. Outer contrast sepia. Not sepia. Saturate. Saturate 0. Let's try this out. So I could do a couple of things. I could play around with either saturate, invert, and so on. Boom, this is it. Boom, this is the exact one I was looking for. So you can see it's saturated. You can see saturated here. So also with the zoom, the way it looks saturated. Nice. Nice. So yeah, you could actually do it like this. Which makes, I'm just discovering this today, by the way. I didn't have any idea prior to this. But yeah, that's all good. We learn every day. And which other thing is missing? Okay, let's see. Okay. So it's actually the width of the thing is, it's actually well stretched. It's well stretched. So I think it actually is stretch. Say stretch, content stretch. I don't know what the hell that is. No, but I think it's fine. It's fine. We could use this. Now let's check the mobile version of it. So let's see. So for the mobile, we still need to saturate it, which is fine. So we're just going to add this class. So don't forget the C right there. Boom, sweet. So we basically have this. Nice. Okay, so next thing, we need to build out the services section. So in this, we'll be needing the services card, and yeah, majorly we'll be needing the services card. So we're just going to go. Sorry about that. Then they come in here, and in the component section, I'm just going to create something else. This. So I'm just going to pin this right here. Change this to section. In here, I'm just going to create a card. I don't know how these are open up. Okay, so new folder. We're going to have cards. Here's going to be the service card. Okay, yeah, so that would be our card. Oh, that's not spelled correctly. Okay, so yeah, so we have a service card. So before we discuss more about that, we need a way to be able to paint on this. It's really simple, to be honest. It's not a huge deal. So in here we have the first section. So let's build it out. So this first section basically has id with name services, and it has another section with all of this bucket test. So it got broken at a certain stage, which is fine. So I think padding is 2, py can be 3, vg primary. 40 pixel. So you can easily just make the item center. So this is going to be an inline flex. Inline flex doesn't do much. Oh, okay. Flex is fine, right? So this one has to be the inline flex. Inline block of flex doesn't really matter. So this is medium and 40. Medium, and any text that has to do with 40 is like H2. This H2, let's go. Okay, so we have to reduce the py. Py can just be 1. So the roundedness, okay, but I do know that it's rounded, but just small roundedness. So we are rounded small. Rounded medium. So remove the py. Oh, we have, oh, this is supposed to be px. Yeah, px. Yeah, that should just work for the services. Yeah, so this guy now is a paragraph, right? So text p. Yeah, so text p is going to be the paragraph. That's lines. So we'll grab all of this and we'll include it here. Okay, so we already know that the gap between the text and the actual title is just 70. Nice. Okay, so now we move on to a much more elegant things that we'll be building, which has to do with the service cards. So this card is going to have lots and lots of props, and I'm going to come in here. And it's going to have like a title. It's going to have a you're going to have a title background. It's going to have image. It's going to have like a link. Alright, so it's going to have a link. So it's going to have a background. Yeah, sweet. So in here we are going to just define our interface. Okay, interface with all of this setup, right? So each of this setup. This one will be our interface. We're just going to click here and do it. Sorry. So copy that, paste it in here. So everything here is just string. So this one will actually just be a string or undefined. It's optional. And we can come in here and just paste the iprops right within it. Okay, so in this service card, we'll be needing quite a lot of things, right? So the first thing is we need a way to be able to know like what background are we giving to it, right? So we're going to go to class, and in this class we're going to just put the BG right there. Okay, so we're going to put a BG, which is fine, right? And we're going to use the scene utility, Cn, so we can concatenate the different Tailwind styles together. So in here we can add more and more styles if we want, like the rounded 45. Okay, so rounded 45 pixel, and boom, that's mostly it, right? So one of the things I think is very important has to do with, we have two sections, right? So these two sections are mainly so we have one. So in one of the sections we're just going to have 1 and 2. 1 and 2. And then we have the part where we have to worry about the learn more button. So for now, what we're going to do is to come in here. So the title, we're going to bring the title in. Okay, so the title can actually have a break and so on, right? We need to account for cases where we are having break in the title. So I think for us to do this, we have to title top. So I think for all the title, we have top and bottom. So yeah, we'll do title top and title bottom. We're going to have a title bottom. We're going to have an inline block kind of thing. And the BG is going to have the same BG. And we have the title background, so that's fine. Alright, so yeah, so we'll put in the title background right here. And also it's going to have similar setup as what we are having in here. So we have the PG for medium and so on. And it's going to be H3. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so we have the title. So the same thing will apply to title bottom. So bottom. So we have this, and on the right side we should have our image. So this is the service icon. And in here we're just going to put the image right there. And yeah, so we're just going to space this out. Justify between, and also here I'm just going to make sure that we have a consistent padding 50 pixel. So, which I think is too much, to be honest. So on mobile, we're just going to do P8. So we have the card icon and flex. So by default, it's going to have the flex start in alignment. And the other part has to do with let's build out this part, right? So if it's white, okay. So we know what the kind of arrow to display. So we could come here and do arrow type. Okay, so we'll just have maybe an extra flag or dark arrow. So that arrow is going to be a boolean, and so by default it's just going to be the dark arrow. Okay, so let's do it. Okay, so let's go to our images. Arrow dark was the name. So we'll just arrow dark.png. So just add the arrow. So we have the set up here. But in this case, it's going to be arrow light. So here we can rename this to light arrow icon. Boom, and then after that we should have the line more. So line more is just going to be the normal paragraph text, and also we could do a flex here and gap of 2 items center. Boom. So I think that's actually it for the service card. So one other thing we need to do is the border, right? The bottom border. So we can come in here, do border. So let's see the width of the stroke. Okay, so drop shadow and so on. To me, it's just a stroke. All right. So I'm not seeing any space, so we can eyeball it. For the bottom, okay, so let's do that for now. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we could do that, and then we have to change the color. It has to be black. So we could do to be, but the color has to be black, right? And are we good? So BG primary, and also there's something that is missing. So we have a link from next link, or for nothing, right? So it's actually it's built in. So put all of this here, and so what we'll be needing now is the link. So you could just put the link there. So link, do you mean the link? So let's import it from Next, whatever, right? So one other thing that we failed to take note of is a title, but oh, we already have it. Good, nice. So in the service section, the next thing we're going to do is to worry about, the different setup that we'll be having, right? So we're going to put a data set, and this data is going to basically contain the different title and so on. So everything that we are using here will be contained here, right? So just have, it's left for us to basically fill it out with the right data. So search engine, and I'm just going to add comma to all of this, and title bottom section. So the background, so this background is gray. So background requires like a Tailwind class. So PG, I think we have this PG accent. Okay, so title background on the other end requires a Tailwind class as well. So which is like BG primary. BG primary. So the image basically requires a couple of other things. So dark arrow will just be true, and you can remove it. So this is true by default, but I'll just keep it there for it to be more explicit, right? So yeah, we have the image. So the image has to be /images/ s_1.png. Now let's see if we can be able to use that data to get something good. So in here, we're going to create a separate div, a subsection, so we call it. So data.map, and what we have here is basically the service, and then index. So we could call this my services. Okay, so service index. So in here, we're going to be leveraging the service card component, and we just want to put everything within the service in. So we are basically just spreading it. So this will give us the same thing as title equal to title top equal to right title bottom equal to and so on, right? So in this case, it's just going to be maybe service dot. So in order for you to prevent the the excruciating pain of going through all of this, right? So you can just spread them out like this, and that's going to do exact same thing as all of this. I hope that makes sense. All right, so yeah, let's put our ID or whatever we call it as a key. So key is going to be the index. All right, so let's check it out what we have. Okay. Nice. So you can see that it's not perfect, which is fine. It's not a problem. So we're going to go to the service card. We're going to fix some set of things, and in here we're just going to do flex color. Okay, so there's actually a small gap. Well, no gap at all, but it's rounded. It's rounded in a way, right? So rounded 7. Okay, so let's add some level of like px1. Okay, and also everything has to be inline block. This is supposed to be inline block as well. So yeah, so we just do inline flex. So they are all in the block shape. There's a block right there. So block. So by default, if you specify block here, we need the fact that these guys, these paragraphs are not really like, they're not block scoped. It's going to act so weirdly. So yeah, so it's nice for us to just change all of this to divs, if you don't mind, and that should be able to make the adjustment. So oh, we still have align blocks. So I think we just made a block and not an inline block. Alright, so I think we can continue now. So we're trying to look through why this wasn't working as expected. So I just noticed that we have this inline stuff here that could be affecting it, and it's just acting so weird, right? Yeah, I can't figure out why the bottom still has some spacing. Let's refresh that again. Yeah, why do we still have like a space after this? It's so weird. Okay, so let's check it out. Must be doing something wrong. Okay. So this is the div. Does it have a fixed width? I don't think so. It doesn't have a fixed width. And doesn't have a fixed width. Inline flex should just fix this. I don't know. Shouldn't be. Inline block should just fix it. Boom. Why the problem here? Alright, so let's add a px1. And boom, we have that. Sweet. This is something I wanted to achieve long ago. But it's fine. It's fine. So the other thing I also did with the card, the rounded. Oh, this was not spec correctly. Rounded. We're missing a D there. Round is going to be 45 pixel. I've added that. Boom, you can see it's nice. It's so nice. So let's see the border width. It's too much, so we have to reduce it. So let's do 10. Okay, so is that the way it is in the design? Maybe a little bit smaller. So 10. Let's do 8. Sweet. Let's do 6. Boom, I think this is it. 6. So 6 is fine. 6 is fine. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead and work on every of the remaining cards. So what I think is even like ideal, for the most part is, we could use a grid setup, right? So it's just going to be 2, 2, 2, 2 per row, and that's fine, not a problem. So we're just going to let's increase our data set. So link is just going to be like this, so it's fine. So that means when you hover over this, it takes you to the same link. It's not a problem. So you can see it at the bottom left is pointing to the same route that we're currently on. Okay, so now let's do the second data set. So we're going to copy that and we're going to just go in there. So this one has to be pay per click. So let's change the top title. Pay per click. The other text has to be advertising, and the BG has to be BG primary, and the title background has to be white, and the images has to be S2, and that carries through link string. Boom. Sweet, 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 nice. Okay, so apart from this, the other things we need to be focusing on is basically just putting all the contents in, and so let's add a third data. So I'm going to go in here, and this is going to be the title top. So this will be social media. Social media. So the other one has to do with the bottom. So the same thing as I think the previous one. It's going to just stick in the marketing as usual, and the background here is going to be secondary, right? So we can do BG secondary, right? So BG white for the title, and this will be S3 and so on. So the dark arrow is going to be first. We're going to be using the light arrow now. So let's go. All right, nice. So we need to change this as well. If we're using the light arrow, this should be white. So we can go to the service card and in here. So if we're using the okay, so we just do this, right? So we use the Tailwind utility class of CN. So wrap is around. And what I want to do is if it's a dark arrow, we use test black, text white. Right, so that should be able to separate or segregate the texting for when it's on the for when it has a dark arrow compared to when it has a light arrow. Okay, so I think we have the social media thing set up. The next thing will be for the email marketing. Alright, so let's include that real quick. So in here we'll go back to the service section and we're going to just make a duplicate of this one. And yeah, so we have the email marketing. And so what else do we have on the right hand side? I think nothing has changed. So just email and then marketing, and then the page is going to be the same thing as is it white? It's accent actually. So it's going to be the accent, and the title of the background is going to be a full background primary. Dark arrow is true. Nice. So yeah, so this one will be S4. Oh, sorry about that. X4. Okay, so we have a similar one. This is similar to S2, so I'll just copy S2 here, and I'm going to paste it right here. And the text here is going to be content creation, and and the other one has to do with the creation. Okay, so the other one, that one has to do with the third one, and I'm just going to copy this one and paste it in here. And so this is going to be analytics, and so we're going to grab all of this and we're just going to change this to analytics and tracking. Okay, so yeah, I think that's actually it for our entire setup. And don't forget to update this one to 5 and this one to 6 for the images. Nice. So one other thing we'll do is to come in here and make these like a grid setup. Grid columns 1. Oh sweet. So one other thing we'll do is to give it a proper spacing, 40 pixel. Okay, so this should give it a gap, both vertically as well as horizontally. we have our cap setup. So this is actually out of the box already responsive. So if we come in here and we do something like this, you can see that the card is stacking in ones. So if it's medium, it's going to move to twos and so on. And this image and this text, we have to give it some sort of gap, right? So let's check the way it is on the mobile pod, right? So we could just stack it this way, but I think what we have is even better. What we could do is to just add a little gap to it, and that should be it, right? So you can come in here, and we have to go to the service card, and this is between this one, right? So this first one. So we just do a gap of 4. Okay, sweet. Okay, right there. So maybe we can reduce the size of these guys a bit. This H3. And what size were we using before? We used the same H3 before now. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. And yeah, so yeah, I wanted to put this in. So let's check this out. Oh, we have H3 mobile. I think I already know this, don't I? Oh, we have H1 mobile. Oh, I see. H3 mobile is 26. So we're just going to have text H3 mobile. So when it's small, we basically use a size in there. Nice. Okay, good, very good. And also, we need to improve the spacing here. Here and here is 80. Okay, service section. Okay, so if it's mobile, we just have the services, everything at the middle. Okay, so we have the flex column. So we have the flex row at the same time. And so this would be good for if it's desktop or medium devices, and we should be able to have that. So if it's not, we're going to have stacked up stuff, and yeah, something like that. Maybe the gap will make it a little bit smaller. Sweet. Yeah, so reducing the gap makes it really stand out. Oh, nice. So now we've come to the end of the service section, and one thing what I'd actually love us to move into is the let's make things happen. So, but the thing with this section is that it's kind of really straightforward, but we need to know how we want to position the items, right? The image item within the actual component. So yeah, so there we go. So let's build it out, and should be good to go in a bit. So we're moving into this guy. So let's have it. Okay. So I'm just going to pin this. It's fine. So in this section, what we do need is just the way it is. We're just going to rename this to this section. So in this section, we need to bring in the two different divs that we have. Okay. So the first one, we have the title. Okay, so we have to type this correctly by using the right semantics. So that lets me things happen as the title. And this is going to be H3. So I think we have H3 like H3 desktop and H3 mobile. So it's going to be text H3 mobile and it says H3. And going again with the details of what we have in here. So paste that in there. And also we have this get your personal proposal. So this button is similar to what I've already done. Yeah, so let's look for the book a consultation button. So search it there and there we go. So we basically have to import this by the way. And then what else? So we need the tests. And we're just going to paste it in here. Okay, so the spacing between this and this, so it's 26, right? So 26. So we can come in here. It's explorer. So that should be separated. And meanwhile, so let's grab a background. Background is gray. And not sure the actual name we use this for, accent. So I'm just going to come in here and do background accent. So background accent. And the rounded is 45. Rounded on mobile though is what? 45, the same roundedness. So okay, so I'm just going to go in here and do rounded 45 pixel. Nice, sweet. So in between, inside of this component, we have a spacing of 60 pixel. So mobile 50. So mobile will be 50 and desktop would be 60. So we have the P of 50 pixel. So in the P of 60 pixel. Alright, nice. So the other thing that's left is we just need to grab our image. So in the mobile version, we'll take it off. It's only relevant in the desktop version. So we could do that image as a what's it called? We could do it more. Now we have it padded. We could absolutely position that image. So it's best for us to position it. So we have a source, and then we should be able to have our out. So this is going to be, this is bold, or is it medium? Let's check it out. Sorry, medium. So for medium and font medium. Nice, sweet. Okay, so now that we already have it as as for medium, so we want to bring our images in. So this will be slash images slash. So one thing we have there is, so we have the proposal, we have a lot of images. So let's find a good name for this. I don't know, but I know it's an illustration by the way. Proposal illustration. Is that it? Is that you? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is really. So it's this name. So we're just going to rename it. Not rename it, we're just going to copy it and we paste it right here. So let's call this proposal illustration. Alright, so we'll make this relative for the best case. And what we're going to be doing here is we're going to make this absolute to 0. Write it. Oh, right, we're missing the T. So right, it should put it around here. And the top, we can make the top negative a bit. So the top can actually just be 4. Okay, so you can see that we have it, the star going out as well as this one coming out. So we have to push it out a bit. So let's do it. Oh, sweet, nice. I think that with that we are good. So this will actually be hidden on a mobile device, but on desktop view is going to be, going to be removed. So one other thing we need to worry about now is the way these texts, are situated, right? So is either we'll reduce the spacing between each of them, because this is an absolute element. It doesn't really have, it doesn't get to the end of things, right? So one way we can always do that is by reducing the size of this section. So you can come in here and do PR 12. Okay, that's a 27 right there. Okay, so yeah, so that gives us a very good shape, right? And one thing that we want to remove here, this will apply for medium flow, right? So let's go, boom, we still have it. Nice. So you could do it 20, or we could even take it up notch in 24, 23, 22, yeah, something like that. Something like that is just fine. Boom, you can see how responsive this is. Looks so good. Alright, so now I think we've been able to achieve this component. One of the things that we worry about now is the case studies section. Right, so in the case that we need to build out this, and after that we build out the work in progress, build out the team, build out the contact, and then the footer. We still have a long way to go. But it's fine, we'll get there. So the case study is very similar with what we have in the service section, right? So we just need to build out this card, and that will be it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the service section. First of all, we're just going to close things out. Going to app, go to components, go to sections, service section. So just going to grab all of these guys, and we're going to go to a case study section, and I'm just going to paste it in there. So meanwhile, this will rename it to case study section, right? And in here, we just put in the things that we need. Case studies. So we have the other one. And here we could do a card or not, right? Because I don't think we need a card in this. It's a very simple design. So we'll not be needing all of this, all of these things. So remove this one. So just going to create a data set, and this will be studies. So array of the object, and we'll have a title, and this title will just be something like this. So learn more or whatever, that could be the link. So but then we don't really care about it for now, so it's fine. Let's just use the title. So we'll create another one and replace it with this text. So yeah, so we basically have those three titles on board. And one thing we'll be doing is, let's see, on mobile, I think it's stacked. No, they want to scroll. Personally, I don't like it when users are meant to scroll. So I will stack it. It's actually good for accessibility. Yeah, the scroll thing is always, it's always a problem, a big pain for mobile users, for some mobile users. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to, just bring this up. Okay. So we're going to do this. Alright, so we basically have studies like that, and what we want to do is in here we're going to have a PT secondary work test of white, and so yeah, so we need a separator component from Shadcn. So we can go in here and click on the link. So what I want to do is to try to install this component. So this is going to install that component, and we're just going to import it. So you can remove the React thing. It's not it's unnecessary. Orientation is very good. So we can give it some height if we want to. So the height here, is 186. Okay, so we still don't have it. It's still installing. Yes, that's why we're having that issue. So class name. So the last one is basically studies the length. So if the index is actually 2, show this separator, ID separator. So if the index is not equal to 2, that means it's not the last item. Then we can show the separator. We don't want to show the separator at the last for the last item. Okay, so there we go. In here, we need to just put in, we render the study the title. So study the title, and at the same time, Okay, so this study the title, and then we have the learn more. Learn more, and this little thing here that we are having, this icon. I wanted to have this selected. Oh, it's selected for some weird reason, it doesn't show. So yeah, so we just have our arrow. So there's going to be rotated arrow or something. Okay, so what the color of this is primary. So yeah, it's actually 20 pixels downwards. Okay, there we go. Alright, nice. So one other thing we'll do is to position these things in order. So so let's get our roundedness, still 45, pre-comma here, pre-comma. So rounded is 45 pixel. So come in here and then just find it. Okay. Center. Justify center. Okay. So the thing now is everything needs to be in a singular div. Right, because everything here has to be in a singular div. So yeah, so that means we need only flexing. Yeah, I know we do. Yeah, so one other thing here is the paddings, right? In between, within the actual code, sorry, 60, then we'll use 50. Okay, so the gap in between this guy and say this 64. Oh, okay, sorry about that. This is supposed not to be there, but here. And we're going to just bring everything here. I'm sorry. Okay, nice and sweet. So yeah, so when they override this, we just want to make them like a link or whatever. So when I override the length more in this, so we can just make this a link. Oh, nice, nice. So yeah, so we've been able to build out this section, which is so cool, right? And the next thing I want to, let's check the mobile version. Okay. All right. So mobile, we don't even need it, right? So we have to keep it hidden on the mobile skip. So it can be blocked on media. So let's check this out. So we need to reduce the spacing. It's just way too much, right? So could you do large? So MS can just be it in normal in other screens. So MX64 here, MS832, maybe MX4. So maybe we could do this one extra large. Good. All right. So it's extra large, and you can do, yeah, you have room for more spaces. But yes, for devices like this, perfect. It's just good for it to be what it is. So this makes it, very responsive. It looks so good. Looks so good. Come in here, boom. Okay. There we go. So we've been able to build out the case study section. The next we have to be our working progress, right? So it's going to be just very very different. So it's going to be an FAQ section, and each of them is going to have like question, answer, and so on. So alright, so let's build out. Okay, so our working process section. Okay, so now that we have that, we just need to first off, build out the title part, right? And the way we do that, we already know that this is a section. Okay, let's just switch this to section, and we can go to case study and just grab everything here and paste it in here. Okay, so things that we might not really need all of this. So this is going to be the process. This will be a list of our processes. And let's change the title. Yeah, you could have even built this thing into a reusable component. Right, so it's completely optional if you want to do it. Okay, so working process, come in here, you can see that. Boom, there we go. So the background for this one is not black, so we can take that off. So the page is secondary, we'll take it off from this one. Right, and we should be good to go for the most part. So we're going to leverage the Shadcn accordion. Is that what they call it? Let's check it out. You have to be able to build something like that. So we're going to leverage this one real quick. And first off, we have to do the installation and set up the lazy animations here and there. So we're going to go back in here and paste that link in. It's going to install the accordion component first. And then while that's actually going on, let's see if we already have all this animation set up. I think we already do. Yeah, so we already do. So the accordion down, up, and so on. So yeah, so let's think about it. Should we build this into a separate component or not? There are a lot of things we have to take note of here, like the active states and so on. Yeah, so I think we should build it into a separate component. Yeah, we should. So this is going to be a working process card. So we're going to go into the cards. I'm going to create a new file, and it's going to be the working process card. So in this working process card, we're going to just have our series of hyperps, and this hyperps can basically take in the number, is going to be a string. Oh, this is the most confusing interface I've seen so far. So we're just going to copy the number, call label. So label is going to be a string, and it's going to have a title, and title will be a string as well. And then we're going to have either you call it title or you call it, yeah, it's actually the title. The other one has to do with description. What I was having in mind was to use question answer, but for now it looks more like title description. So it makes more sense that way. So title description. So we can call this, and we're just going to put this here. And mind you, we already have the label. We have the title, and at the same time we have the description. All right. So yeah, so this is everything we'll be needing for the most part. And so let's build out a card that looks like this. So we already built out something that has something like this before, if you remember correctly. But this one has to do with the card that we created in the service card. So we want to limit, we just want to use the same setup. So we can go to our service card, and so we're going to do bg, the background, and then the title background. No, that's weird. Then the email, we don't need that. That card, we don't need that. We don't need all of them, but we do need the background. Yeah, so we'll just put, yeah, so the background that we are going to need is just, it's just the setup, right? So it's fine. So I'll grab the setup and put it. I don't think we need any of these guys. Can take that off. If I were taking off the entire class name, and we have to import cn. Oh no, okay. This was supposed to be in the card and not here. It's supposed to be in the card. import the scene. So the background, we can actually choose to display any background that we want, and depending on some factors. That we just do conf. We'll change this to state later. Right, so we just do bg primary for now. Okay, so now that we have this, we need a way to be able to use it properly. Right, so go back to here and go to the code, and then we have all of this demo everywhere. Right, so we can do this. We can just build this out ourselves, which I think it's going to be way much easier than using a package for it. Alright, I don't know what you guys think. Yeah, so it's two things here. We could have this kind of setup like this. Let's go back to preview mode like this. So you now click it, you have the full setup. Okay, so there we go. And so yeah, I think we should use the the existing tool we have. No, not a big problem. So just think of finalizing how to make it work. So we can go to the code. So we'll just grab all of these guys, and I'm going to put them all here, so it's easy. And so the next thing has to do with the bunch of codes we have here. Quite a lot of them. So I'm just going to grab them all and let's put them here. Right, so trigger, and so on. So let's scroll down. Okay, so we need a text of some sort. Okay, so while we are thinking of planning this out, so what I will do is to go over to here and let's close others. Then we can pin this one. So what we're going to do is to obviously grab the title as well as the description right there. Right, so come in here, we have the title, and okay, so we have the label first. They are all strings, by the way. So we have the label, we have the title, and then we have the description. Right, so yeah, so the label here, it's definitely O1. So the title is consultation. So let's like this. And this is the long description that we're having. Okay, nice. So we're going to replicate all of this right here. So this has to do with the two. So we're not going to change the, so we can just do auto something like this. Just a differentiate between. So the title here is research and strategy development. So we'll grab this one again. So this will actually be O3. And we have the implementation. This is the same thing as the first, isn't it? Oh, that's actually consultation. That's different. Okay. 3. So yeah, so this will actually be O4. So O4 is monitoring and optimization. So we'll change the title to that. And then we'll move on to O5. O5, so we have this. So for the O5, we're just going to put this in here. And then we should be able to have the O6. So O6, continual improvement. So I'll just include it. Okay, so we basically have two icons that we'll worry about in a bit. But for the meantime, we can pass in our work in progress card in here. So we could just map So we have processes. Let's map process index. Okay, so we have the working process card. And so what we have to spread through the processes props, and then we'll pass the index in as key. Okay, so are we missing anything? Oh, that's label. We didn't spell correctly. That's fine. Alright, so yeah, nothing should come up like reasonably anything. Right? Yeah, so but then we need a way to do all of these things. Okay, so this is what we have now, which is not close to, it's not even close to what we have on design, so it's fine. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to have like an accordion. So okay, we have accordion, then we have the accordion item. So this is going to here. Accordion. And everything inside will now be the accordion item and trigger, isn't it? So yeah, so we'll remove the accordion from here. So anything here will now be the item, right? Item and trigger like that. So yeah, so the label can just be what we can have here. So we'll use backticks. So we'll use the label as the whatever, as the indicator. And also we need a way to pass in the title, and then we'll pass in the description. So we're going to have that selected, and we'll pass it in here. And then the other thing will just be we using the description in a proper set. Okay, so let's go here. Anything missing? Accordion. Did I already imported it? But now I just imported it. And this will be just be a group of items. Okay, nice. There we go. There we go. So we have a lot of things to change, right? We have a lot of things to change. So one of those would be for us to change the way the buttons are rendered, right? So the way the buttons are rendered, and this can actually be done for the most part when we go to the component within the UI folder. So UI folder, we have the accordion, and we'll play around with, let's look for where we are having the icons. So yeah, this is what we're having. Chevron down. Let's comment out this. If we do that, we are not going to have the chevron. Right, so we don't have it. So for us to be able to achieve this kind of thing, because it's been transformed, right? So we need to like know which is current and which isn't. Right. Okay. So let's check it out. Okay, so we're going to bring our image in, and we have a source. We'll define our auths. So we have the slash images slash okay, so we have the plus icon, then we have the minus icon. Plus icon, PNG, So we have the plus icon. Okay. Plus underscore icon. This is good, right? So we need to know when it's clicked or not. So when you toggle it, we want to know what current state the thing is actually the thing has. Okay, so this is actually React component, so we can play around with some of the things that we are returning here. Okay, let's see. All right, so we already have this. We just want to know when to display. Okay, so yeah, I think we have the task state open. Can we use this? Just curious. Let's see if we could use that. That would be so cool. So this is the data state open. So if the state is open, we want to hide it. Let's see if that works. I'm just curious. It doesn't work. Refresh again. It doesn't work. Or do we need the and at the back? The ampersand. Okay. Maybe I already did, but let's try it out again. Phrases. That's tricky. So we have the class name here. State open animate. Alright, I think we're back. We're back up. So yeah, so what I've been able to do so far is to basically use an idea on how we can go about it. So in here, we don't need to use all of this, right? So we could, it's good because we could easily just add transition transform into each individual one. So let's see what we'll get. Let's refresh this first. Okay, there we go. So you can see we can actually have those, right? So this is not exactly the same as what we have in here, so we have to make it the same. So I'll show you guys how I was able to put it together. It's very easy. And see, we have some borders, some border here. So border is going to be secondary. Okay, border is going to be secondary. So what do we have inside that is white? Instead of calling it border, why don't we just call it text? Let me remove all of this one. Just curious. Hey, that should just work. Boom, boom. Okay, here you can see that makes sense. I can refresh this now and focus on the ones that I'm interested in. It can be this or this. Come here, this or this. You can open this, you can open this. right? So yeah, so that's exactly what's going to happen, and I hope it works as expected. Um, so the size of the shape has to be reduced a little bit. Maybe the background, yeah. So the background here is like white. Okay. Alright, so this is the background is absent. So BG absent. So let me just copy this and put it here maybe. Very good. Okay, so oh asset. Okay, there we go. There we go. Secondary. Yeah, something like that. So that looks a little bit. The stroke looks a little bit smaller, right? So if I don't want to, like, if I'm not really interested in doing it this way, I could just use the images, right? This one we already have. So I could use this and just put them here. We can have the minus icon right there. So you could just remove all of this other thing. And it's also with the class names. So we have the minus and then we could just add a plus, right? So I think that would be much more simpler. Yeah, there are just too many ways of doing the same thing. So it should work. So let's refresh it. Boom, you can see that that is actually what we should be waiting for. Click on this, boom. Nice, just the way it is on the UI. So one other thing I will do is to remove all of this. So what I have done is to basically go into the accordion under the UI folder. So when you do npx install accordion from the Shadcn command, you should be able to have a boilerplate like this. So for you to be able to remove or adjust, some of the setups, you have to come into the file itself and make the adjustment. Okay, so I'm going to go back, and one thing I'm going to do now is the title, the label, title, and so on. So let's do that. So come in here, we'll put a label here. So the label seems to be very large, so let's create a separate span. Okay, so how large is this? Yeah, so this text, H1. On board. So everything needs to be in its own, in a particular div, so it's not segregated. So this one is test 30. It's like H3 or something like that. So we're going to go here, bring it in, and one thing we do is we come here and do test H3 on board. Okay. Flag item center, gap 4. Okay, nice. Oh, so when you overwrite this trigger thing, I don't want to. No underline when you overwrite. Boom, so that has been removed. Nice. Okay, so one other thing I will do is to kind of add a cleanup. Right, so this is actually a React component, and for every React component, there's a way you can actually define a cleanup within the use effect. So when it mounts like this, so when you unmount it, you're just going to return another function or whatever you want to do. So when you're mounting that, you want to just set it to set open to false. Let's see if that works. I'm trying to notice something. No, it's using the same instance, so it doesn't really work. Yeah, figure out a way to make that work. So one other thing is to know the current index of the accordion. How do we know that? Change and do accordion change. So undo accordion change, and one thing I will do is to create this as a function of its own. Okay, maybe we have some event there. Let's just console.log it and see if we could get something reasonable out of it. Accordion. Okay, so let me provide an example to know when the value is something. Here to know when it's actually selected. Okay, so since they didn't provide us a kind of setup like this, so let's just check the API reference. I'm from Ragdis UI, and we have the default value on value change. Nice. So this is actually peculiar to the accordion.trigger. Sorry, the root. So that's the accordion.root. Okay, accordion.item. Let's check item a bit. Oh, so we need the root. Accordion.root. Root does not exist on type. What the hell is that? So maybe I'll take the root as the actual accordion, right? So the root now from here, it has type, which is required, it has value, it has on value change. On value change, which is a function. Not sure why these guys are repeating the same thing twice. Oh, it's actually different on two different cases. Okay, that's fine. On value change, it's actually a function. So let's see if that will work for us. Let's see what the function returns, by the way. So it takes the value. Oh, value is just a string. All right, interesting. So it just returns the value. Here it returns the value. The value is just nothing but a string. So let's check that out. Let's refresh that. Not sure why this is. Let's key out server. Go out again. Okay, so event alerts cannot be passed to client component props. That's weird. Alright, let's go down and just going to inspect this. Go to the console. Let's clean this. So value, okay, so we have the value item 01. Let's click the last one. We have the value item 06. Nice. So when we have a value that equals the label, we know the kind of background to display. Okay, so we're just going to pass this value in. Let's go back here. So we basically have the value. Okay, so we're going to pass this current value in. So we just have a state to manage it. So set the value to that value. So we import useState from React, and then we can just pass our value into this function. So in here we have a current value. So we can call this current value. And within the working process card, what we're going to do is to add this to it. So the current value is the same thing as what I would put in here as the structured value. So what we're now going to do here is, if the current value is equal to this, okay, so we want to do bg primary as bg asset. Okay, yeah, something like that. Okay, let's go down. Let's go. Boom. Boom. Alright, you see how good that looks. To be honest, that is so sweet. So then what else do we have? We have this. The text is P, so it will just do text P, it's normal. Okay, so yeah, so now we can actually just click around each of them. So we have access to the pagination function. So one of the things that we'll do is to make sure that we are spacing it correctly. So margin 12 is like 80 pixels. So we'll go in here and we're just going to do 80 pixels. This will space us from the top. And also the gap between each of these boxes is 30. Right, so if we are looping, we could as well just do it here. We have lots and lots of different accordions. So we have numerous stuff here. So what I would do though is I would just there are a couple of ways to do this, to be honest. So I can just go to the process card and add a margin bottom of 30 pixels. Yeah, something like that should just work originally. So let's see, we have some underline, a separator of some kind. Do we need it? Oh, we do need it. We have to just make it like dark or something. Okay, let's see, separator. I can't find any separator right here. I think when you check more on it, you're going to figure that out. But yeah, I think that's just it. So I think we have a very good system. So I just noticed some misalignment here between the header and then the shapes, right? So let's fix that. So in the navigation, a desktop view. Okay, so let's close this out and come on navbar. So in here, instead of doing this like this, we just do MX85 medium. Boom, so we have it. Nice and sweet. So everything now it's on the same line as the button. Okay, nice. Okay, sweet. So all right, so I think with that we've come to the end of this other section. And okay, so I think the spacing is a little bit weird. We wanted it to be more for the most part. We select this and hit, that's like 140. It's like 140. So we can go to app page and then the gap. Oh, I see. Now I see why we're having that issue. It's 140 pixel. Yeah, lots of spaces. Nice. Okay, so that's good. So now we have to, circle back a bit. We need to build out the theme section. Right, so we have to build out the theme section. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go over the theme section. So we're going to pin this and we're just going to close out every other thing that we have running. And in here, we will bring our title in, change this to section. And so here will be theme. And the description part will be this. Right, nice. To be able to have the theme section. Sweet. Okay, so we have to build out the theme card, right? And it's very similar with what we already have, to be honest. But now we have to build out this one. So yeah. So I was thinking before building out the card, let's build out the actual contents. Okay, it seems. So we have a name. Smith. Position. So we have the John Smith. We have the position. Then we have the review. Oh, we have his expertise or experience. So we'll bring this in as the experience. And then we need the image of this person. So we have /images/t_1 png. Nice. So let's make sure that's actually the way the images are named. t_1 to 6. Okay, nice. So you can copy this and we'll paste it in here. And this is going to be Jane Doe. it's a gender. So we have the director of operations. So let's paste that in there. And then this is the experience level. So copy the experience, we put it right in here. So this will be teacher. Alright, so let's go back to the third person. So copy the paste it in there. And the third person is Michael Brown. Here's your specialist. And then, so this is experience level. Okay, so that's the experience level. And so that would be for Michael Brown. And the next thing is we need to come in here. And we have Emily Johnson. Okay, so we can select all of this and paste it in here. And so the other thing would be, okay, the position. So 1, 2, this will be 3. So this will be 4. And in the PPC manager. So the fifth person. Brian Williams, social media specialist. So we can copy this. And now that we've copied that, we can put it here. So this will be the fifth person. And finally, we need to bring in the last person. So this will be T6. And who is this person? Sarah Kane, content creator. So bring in Sarah Kane. And the title there is content creator. So grab this description right here, and I'm just going to put it in. Make sure it's on one line. Nice. Okay, so that's actually it, mainly, and they are all of one background, white, and that's fine. So yeah, so let's build out the card. So this will be the theme card. Right, so for the theme card, what is relevant is what we've already talked about, all of this. Alright, so here we'll be extracting the name, the position, the experience, the image from iProps, and then we'll just be making good use of it. So so before now, we already have a system where we could, grab the roundedness at the bottom and everything. So to do this though, I'll just use one of those cards we have, that is CSS section, to do it. Yeah, so this is it. So I'll grab that and paste that in here. So we don't need a C here. Okay, so what else? We move on to building out this part. And we already know that the way the card looks, it's more of it's very easy. It's a very easy card, so it shouldn't be a problem. So what we're going to do is to just break it down into different pieces. And the first one will be I'm thinking of two divs majorly. So we have one, we have two, we have three. So this one will just be the separator. So separator, and that should be fine. So the other one we have to do with the image. So the first one we have to do with a couple of other things. Okay, so after the separator, we have the last one. We have to do with the text. This one will just be the experience XP. Okay, so what? But this one basically has like so that's where the image will go. Okay, so this has to be equal to for it to work, and then we have a separate section with the name, and then the position. Okay, so we're just going to flex this, and so the thing is, this one will still be in its own separate div. Why? Because we need to be able to pass in the is that LinkedIn, the LinkedIn icon, right? Okay, so the spacing between this and this, so I actually saw like 27 or something, 28. So 28 pixel, and yeah, so that was it for the most part. So if we want to add some patterns, we will just do 31 or through. Okay, so not perfect yet. So, but then we still have like, we have the actual image, and then we have the name and position. There needs to be some gap. So the distance between this guy and this guy is 20. 20 pixel. Okay, so we can take this off. Same section. And how many are we aligning in a row? We're aligning like 3. So we can now do themes.map. So we have the same code. So we spread this through, and here we go, and we just say want to display grid, and grid columns 1. So if it's actually medium devices, we want to do grid, so grid columns 3, and gap, I don't know, man, but let's say it's 40 pixel. Good. Alright, let's see what we have so far. We'll be building blindly, but let's see what we have here. Boom! That looks so good. We still need to make some adjustments, but this thing, without checking it out and coming up with this design, that's so sweet. Alright, so let's build out the little things that is covered, right? So first of all, there's no border. Let's add our border in there, and let's do this one. So that's secondary. So make sure that our theme has a border, and that border is secondary. Okay, so we have border bottom 6 pixel. Okay, it's like a general border. So we do border. So border should be general, and okay, so let's do 2 pixel. Oh, okay, so we have border, it's fine. Border secondary. So since we don't need this anymore, we can take this off. So everything will be secondary, anyways. So that is it. We have a very good card. So let's fix the name. So here is actually H4, right? Which is H4. So let's see if we already have that. Oh, we don't have an H4. So H4 is just 20 pixels, so it's fine. So the font is actually medium. Okay. Oh, there should be a space in between. Sorry about that. So the Johnson and so on. So everything else stays as is. So one thing I cannot find though is a separator. So the separator needs to be coming, not from Radis UI place, but from UI folder. Boom. All right. So now we have it there. So we can make it a little bit darker, just like the way we have it here. So we can do, it's very easy. So we can do border black. Sweet. All right. So what other thing do we need? Yeah, we need to check the responsive status. Boom. So nice. Oh, okay. So we didn't check the responsive status of this little card we're having. So let's make it like smaller a bit. Let's make it smaller. So this test should be medium 30 or something like that. Let's quickly fix that. Let's do H2. Okay, we'll do H2, and also, well, I think I'll just do H3. So title can just be text key. So we could play around with the buttons as well, maybe make it a little bit smaller if it's on mobile. Yeah, so it's well smaller here, as you can see. So here it's actually using a combination of 30-30. Yeah, so we can go to our UI folder, we go to accordion, and in here we can manipulate it. Okay, so we have so medium. Let's see if this works according to specification. Sweet. Right, so then we can be able to come in here and say we're using the same stars, right? So you can just paste it in here. Alright, so you can see the mobile version looking nice and clean. It's also with this part looking so good. So let's go out of that mode. Oh, not full mode. So what's the size of this one? Size here is actually 58. So what we're going to do is to, instead of doing full, so we'll do 58. Okay, so that should be able to resolve it. So come in here on the mobile part, it's still, yeah, get this small one. Yeah, so these are actually like little details that people look out for that you might not really like, focus on. But when you make those adjustments, it makes it looks very good. And one other thing I will do is the positioning of this name. You can see in the actual design, we have this one at the base of this. So let's change that. It should just be a one-liner, but I've forgotten the exact command. But let's say we need to look for a way to use Tailwind to do that. It's going to be easy. So basically I have this. Yes, this one going to be flex justify end or something. Justify end. Let's try it out. Okay, that's not good. Items end. Boom, exactly. Yeah, so that's actually do it because it's actually more of a vertical layout. Alright, so there we go with all of this setup, and they are already responsive, right? Good for us. So the spacing between this and this is actually 80. So go to the section and we just want to do alright, nice. So now we're done with the theme section. We're not done yet. We still have a button called the CO theme. So this button I think is very similar with some other buttons we've been using, like the get your free proposal button. So we're going to grab that button and use it instead. Okay, so there we go. So we're going to bring it here and we're going to do a separate div and we import the main button. And so the text in that button is actually CO theme. Okay. Okay, so the distance between here and here is 40. So 40 pixel, and we do flex justify end. Okay, so that's correct. Alright, so let's see where it's positioned to. Boom, is in the right place. Nice. So with this, we're going to move into the contact us section. Right, so I assume that we already have like a page for this, right? Which we already do. So we need to build it out. And for us to be able to achieve that, running low on power real quick. For us to be able to achieve that, I need to go into the contactor section, and we'll have to modify this to section. And yeah, that will be our title. The title here would just be, I could have actually used a visual component here, regarding the choice now, but it's fine, it's still fine, just a landing page. So you can go over and just paste it in. So yes, that would be a contactors pointer for us. Okay. Sweet. Nice progress so far. So here we need to build out, how this component will look and everything. And the way we'll go about that is to obviously use some of the components we'll be having here. So we need a radio button, a radio group. Okay. So let's install that. No, that's not it. Let's copy it again. Copy. Okay, so yeah, we are installing the radio button now. So apart from that, I think we'll be needing the input field. So we have a couple of input fields there. So we just install this one. So while we're waiting for this guy to do his installation, we could just spin up a new terminal instance and install input. So we will just wait for, this is done by the way, so wait for this to do, to to basically just round off. So we'll go into the what's it called, we're going into the radio button, the radio group component, and in here we have all of this. So I'm just going to copy everything. I don't know if you need a label, to be honest. I hate those labels. So yeah, we have the radio group, and so in here, by the way, we just need two sections, left and right. So we have the Lego group, and this is just going to do so we don't need, I don't know if we need a label, to be honest. But since we're already here, let's just install it. It's not a problem, it's not a big deal. And I'm gonna go in here and paste that in there. Alright, so we'll move on, right? So we can move into critical aspects of the application. So what we've been building so far, we've been able to put all of this together, and yeah, so I've added this radio group to it, and what it does is basically we just need two values, to be honest. We need to CI and the get a quote. So let's change this to CI and get a quote. And then we just had a spec quote. That should be it, right? Yeah, so that's fine. Those two, it's perfectly okay. You can give it the their respective value. So this could just be, you can just say _I, and the value for this one will just be get a _ quote, something like that. It's decent. So when we're done with all of those things, the other thing we could do is to put things in order, right? How do we normally put things in order? We make sure that we are still on the right track. right? We're still on the right track of things. And if we check now, we have to say I'll get a code, and we need to add a spacing to it, right? So the current color is like this. We need the color to be this instead, I think. So let's look for a way to change that, right? So we could some this one. Okay, so nice. So we could have that, and at the same time, we could just do a couple of other things, right? So for the input, we're going to be using the input component from Shadcn, and I'm just going to click any one of those, and so we have quite a lot of them. So we'll put this one here. So just going to have like, all right. So we have the name, right? So this is just be the type of the text. So the placeholder will be name, and the title here is just name. Right, so the thing is, let's group them together. So you can group them together like so. And just gonna scroll all the way to the bottom. Alright, so this is the label, and it looks the same already. So the spacing between there and there is just like 5. So we could do that just like 5 pixels. And what we're doing here is we could do by the bottom, and we're just going to do 5 pixels. And that gives us a very good one. Yeah. So I'm going to copy this and replicate it in numerous places, right? So now we need email. So we need email type, email. So lastly, we have the message, include the asterisk, and also we have the message. Right, so this is actually like a text area or whatever you call it. So multiple. So let's see, multiple is a boolean. Alright, let's see how multiple works. Then we should just have a text area. I think Shadcn does have one. Text area, there we go. This is what I was interested in. So we could install this. So you can come in here, we can just paste it in one of our terminals. And that's going to install the text area. So we can import and just use, right? So you can come in here, and I'm just going to put this one here. So we have to take this one from the UI. So go do that, scroll all the way to the top. Okay, yeah, we should be good. Text area is now installed. Yeah, so it's still installing, I think. Right, and yeah, it's done now. You can just refresh that. Boom, there we go. So we have should have a placeholder. Message. Alright, so yeah, so the spacing between each of these input boxes and the top is 25 pixels. So what we could do is to just come here and do empty 25 pixels. Okay, so yeah, so we want to modify the video group a bit. Instead of just having this is actually a typo from Shadcn. They must have made this terrible mistake. Alright, so maybe we'll just take one of them off, the priority, and that should be fine. Oh, see the same mistake again. That's crazy. Okay, one of those up. And one thing we would do is to check out this one. So ring offset So what's the actual color of the ring? So we have to find that and modify it. So instead of ring slit whatever, so we could just change that to ring primary. Oh, we have, I think there's a place we have like ring 2 or something like that. We're right here. Okay, but out of this, okay, so we could just do ring primary right there. Let's see if that works. No, it doesn't. So what the hell is tests? Maybe we meant text primary. Let's check that out. And boom, there we go. So the same thing, the border part of this is black, so that's fine. So we have it like that. So maybe we can make it a little bit bigger. So we just use height and width of like 8. Not really that, so we could do 5 here. Then here we could do 4. Okay, nice. Or we could do 3. Okay, do 3, nice. That's sweet. So now the distance between here and here is 40. Alright, nice. So now we need to put in our button, the send message button. So for us to be able to find a very nice button, we could use an existing setup, and we'll come here, put it in here, and justify start, which is what it is by default. You don't need to be explicit. So we have to import our main button. So we'll change the text to send message. Send message. So in this case, it has a full width, to be honest. So we just do width full. That's fine. That means it's going to stretch to the end of the whatever we have, right? So here, just do width full. So you could do it like this, or if this doesn't work, there's a different approach. Quite fortunately, that works. Okay, so we have this background thing set up. So that's our gray. We named this something. So that's accent. So this section so rounded 45. So we have the rounded 45. So we have some patterns, right? Okay, so top is 60. So we have 60 pixels there. And on the X, we could just do 8. For medium devices, we could do 100. Alright, sweet. Okay, so yeah, so apart from that, we have a long way to go. So we need to bring in our image. This image we can display this absolutely on the right hand side. So what we're going to do is to grab that image. So we have slash images slash whatever. So this is going to be an illustration. Okay, so I think the name we give to this, let's go to public images and contact illustration. So this is the name. Nice. Let's close that out. So first up, we can make this a relative parent, and what we could do at this stage is to make this one absolutely positioned and top 0, right there. Let's check it out. Right. Okay, so if it's going to be like super problematic, we could leave it as is and so we have our div, and at the same time we have a different div that does something else. Okay, so now we could flexify this. And justify between before. Okay, so I think what could be the issue is because of these patterns that we're having here. Yeah. So you can have that included right there. Okay, in here, I'm just going to do, let's see, margin right. Okay, so let's try this out on small devices. So it's only going to be relevant on desktop view. So mobile, we're just take it off altogether. So not a huge deal. Okay, so let's do 18. Let's do 18, and then we could just do 19 to put it in order. Okay, that's okay. It's saying 19, so I was actually in the wrong place. It's saying okay, yeah, something like that. Well, we still have it pushed outside. So let's check it out though. With something good, we could something good at some level. I'm not really that perfect to be honest. Yeah, because the image is a little bit not so good. So let's take this off. So we're going to hide this. Check it on mobile. It's gone, right? So we don't have it on mobile, but in all of this, we kind of have it, but in the wrong spot. Okay, in the wrong spot. So we have that relative absolute. Let's check this out. Alright, so now I think we are there again. So what we're going to do is to let's bring this in the right order, right? So it's let's go 15. 25. Okay, so let's try 20. Yeah, 20 is nice and cool. Alright, so that's sweet. So even when you bring it like too close, so that is going to be relevant for extra large devices, right? So we'll just for that to do with medium or whatever, I'll take it out. Okay, so so the devices has to do with this, so we could just take it out, which makes sense. So I think it's still an issue in a way, because what I would do here is that for extra large devices we could just do px 100 or 200 px 100 pixel. And it would be right. These numbers, these figures are too large. Somehow not comfortable with it. So we will do 500 pixel. Okay, so 500 pixel. This is for medium devices. So extra large. Here we can just be 100 that we already have. Okay, so let's go in there. Boom, nice. So all these things will be relevant in the setup, right? So there we go. Boom, there we go. Having all of this stuck. So one other thing I think we need fixing will be the spacing, right? It's not too much even when we don't have it anymore. So that means we don't even need to put it like this here. We just need an extra large here already. So let's try that out. So extra large is okay. Good. So extra large. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. So yeah, you can do the send and do stuff. So what other thing? What the heck? Alright, so let's see what's causing. Yes, the image. It's really some sort of annoying image, to be honest. So for now, we have to make sure that the overflow x hidden. Let's see if that will work for this component. No, it's not gonna work. It will work. It worked. It's weird. I didn't want it to work before, but well, it's fine. It's fine. So we'll come in here. We go in here. Boom. This is responsive as can be. Looks real good. Looks real good. Right. So okay. So that's nice. And with that, we've come to the end of this section. So let's move straight into the footer, and we'll worry about what the different section of the footer entails. So yeah, I can actually close out all of this, and we'll move on to the footer section. So in here, we're going to be doing quite a lot, right? So we have to break it down into some reasonable sections. So in here, we're going to be having the first section, and we're going to be having the second section. We're going to be having the third and the fourth section. So for the first section, we just have a separator, right? So which is okay. And the last section, we just have a couple of text. So we have a couple of text, and I can just grab all of them from here and put in the first place, and grab the privacy policy, put it right here. So privacy policy is tied, by the way. So text white, underline, nice. So our text is actually P. Nice. Okay, so same thing we can do here. It's white is P. So we have the separator, and what the separator will do is it's going to help us to note the difference in spacing between the top part. Okay, so let's just say it's 25 pixels. All right, so let's grab the first area. So now the first area has to do with the different content we have on this part. So for we to be able to achieve that, it's easy in a way, but yeah, we'll need 3 divs. 1, 2, 3. So the first one has to do with the this has to do with the footer logo. And with this we can have it in slash images slash footer logo. And after that we have different use cases, about us, services, and so on. Right, so I can just create them in a basic array. About us, services, use cases, pricing, and blog. So this will just be the different links. So in there, we are going to do okay, so for each of them, we have to make sure we're using the actual link. And then don't forget to include a key as your index. And so here we basically have the text to be white, we have underline, and text B. Right, so conflict this out and put a gap between everything we have in here. 40 pixel gap. We're not able to see anything. Why? Because we don't have the background yet. So we're going to add the background real quick. So the background is BG secondary. Boom, there we go. So after that, the next thing is the social media icons. So we can just have the different icons. Socials /images / so we're going to go over there and we have the LinkedIn icon. LinkedIn, I forgot to change it. So images then / Facebook icon, Facebook. And finally, we have the Twitter icon. Okay, so this will be our list of socials. And so we have the social, we have the index. So we just need to display some images. Okay, so I think we're back online. So yeah, I need to bring in the different socials that we're having. So I'm just going to bring that in like so. And then we need to include our key right here, right? So yeah, that should be able to render our social media icons. And for us to be able to have it horizontally, we need to use a flex. And at the same time, we need to know the spacing between here and here, which is 20. And we can now do gap 20 pixel. All right, so let's see what we have so far. Okay, so there we go. So now this is good. This is good for a mobile device. So the roundedness is actually we can't tell. It's not the same thing with what we have on top. So we use the same rounded figure. So we have the rounded 45 pixel. So spacing in internal 60 pixel. So this would be good for medium devices, but normally we can just do P8, no problem. Okay, so you can see in the footer section we have quite a couple of things, especially in this part. So we have this, we have this, we have this. So we could do flex column, gap 8, MD flex row. Nice, right? So you can see that that is working as expected. So we have to just justify it between so that it's all spread out. Justify between. Nice. So good. So we basically have that set up now, right? So what we want to do is the other part. So this other part has to do with a bunch of tests around here. So this is the other part right here. So here is it's going to have two sections, right? So one, two. So in the first part, we have the I'm just going to go to contact us, whatever, right? So we have something like this. So we don't need H2, maybe we could use H3 or whatever you call it. Okay, H3, or we don't have H4, but I do understand that H4 is like 20 pixels. Alright, something like that, yeah? Something like that. Sweet. Okay, so after that, we have a couple of other things that we'll just be including. These are a bunch of P's, like my contacts. So text white, empty, '27. Alright, so we have a 27 pixel. So we're going to replicate the same thing in two different cases. We have email info, we need a phone. So then we need the address. Okay. So distance between here, right here, and here is like 66. That's huge. Six pixel. Okay. So one thing with the footer is you can check the border radius. The one at the bottom is not really concerned. So what we can do is to do instead of rounded, to just the rounded top only. So bottom will just be 0, 0. So one need to have that flat view like what we are having here, right? So we're almost there. We're almost there, but we're not there yet, but almost. So here we'll just have to flatten it, right? So it should be on the same. So the gap though between each of them is like 40. So what we're going to do is to flatten it up, and the way we do that is to just use flex here and do a gap of 40 pixel, and yeah, that's flattened. And also let's get into this part. So in here we are going to look into the other divs that has not been checked, and in this div we have a different background, and this background is this one, right? So you can copy that and just going to do bg, paste that in there. Okay, so we already have that, and what we want to do is to just position things properly. So we have the input from Shadcn, so we have a placeholder. So let's import the input first. Then we have a placeholder, and the placeholder reads email, right? And then we have a button, main button. So this button basically has a text of say subscribe to news, right? So one other thing we'll be loving to do is to do flex justify center, flex justify center, item center. Okay, let's check it out. Let's see what we have so far. Okay, so we just allow them to share the same boundary as this one. So we'll be having like flex justify between. Okay, so one other thing we'll be doing here is to change the BG of this button. So BG primary. So BG primary. Oh, that would be in the classes. Sorry about that. Yeah, so BG primary, and the height of this input has to change a bit. So we just modify the classes height. Let's do 60 pixel. Okay, 60 pixels is about right, but I feel 58 would be better. Okay, so rounded is 14 pixel. So rounded is 14 pixel. Boom, there we go. So the gap between here and here is 20 pixel. So 20 pixel. Sweet. So and also the spacing between the sides is 40 pixel. X 40 pixel. Okay, do we have a border? We have a border of 14 pixel. Rounded 14 pixel. Oh, sweet. So we basically have a very good setup already. And that is actually it for the most part. So we need to make sure that this footer is responsive. So we've not accounted for that yet. Well, let's see what we have. So this is what we have, looking all broken. So, but it's really easy. It's not a big deal. So what we can do, we can first of all start off with this one, and we can do flex column. And the flex row. Okay, nice. So this one for the contact also, we can do the same thing, right? So we have all of this, and we want to make sure this is actually below it, right? So we have this, and then we have this. We could have flex column, MD flex row. Nice. So maybe give a gap or say it's. Alright, so give a gap of it, and also we have to make sure that this thing is broken down, right? So we could just do flex column MD flex row. So let's do gap 8. Okay, so what other gap do we have before? Gap 20. This is for medium device. Okay, yeah, so padding chart. So we just use system. Oh, padding Y, not top. That's both top and bottom. So instead of gap 8 in small devices, we just do gap 4. One inch should be close, not so far apart. Nice. So that looks very clean. And the subscribe to news, we can make it full if we want. So that means in so just want to do with full, right? In all cases, let's do with full and check it out. Sweet, right? So if it's actually big, we have it like that. So in small devices, it's still very much responsive. making a whole lot of sense. And also this privacy policy part, we could just we could do that as well. Do flex colon md row like that, right? So that should be decent for the most part. So yeah, this should be for desktop. So gap of say 8 or maybe mobile or something like that. Okay, so gap can just be 1 or something. Let's check it out. Nice. So this is actually very sweet. So I'm going to put this out in my local setup right here. So this is actually an iPhone XC. So this is how the app looks on iPhone, right? You can see how good and this is actually just few hours of work. We're able to pull this all together. This is an entire website. And yeah, guys, I hope you guys really enjoyed this episode. So what I'm going to do next, I'm just going to try to deploy it. First of all, I need to push my code changes. I'm just going to come in here and do there needs to be a name to it, so I'll just do chore landing page components added. So yeah, so landing page component added, I could just commit that, sync all the changes. And while that is actually opening, I can open up Vercel dashboard. Now I think I have lots and lots of projects on the Vercel. I just hope they don't stop the free plan one day. That would be a disaster. Alright, so yeah, I think after that we have the positivos. This is it. I'm going to import it right away. Right. So I'm importing it. And the next thing I'm just going to deploy. So meanwhile, while I'm doing that, I need to be extra sure that we are still on the right track. Right. So I'm going to so I'm just going to check up something. So each child in a list should have a key prop. Oh, where is that? So I'm going to check out all the places where we are mapping and make sure that there's a key prop everywhere. It's very important because that's how the virtual DOM is able to recognize the position of that element within the DOM, right? So we don't want to mess it up. So right here, nice. So we have to include our key. It wasn't there before. Sweet. Okay, there we have the key here. I think that's the only place we missed it. So I just have to confirm and for us to be sure. Sweet. Exactly. So that's so good. So we're just gonna go here and do some fix key issue. Fix key issue in what's it called? We fix just issue in case study section. In case study section. So let's send that out. Boom, our website is live. So I could go to the dashboard. It's going to try to redeploy because I just made a new build. I'm going to go in here. Boom. So guys, I think this is actually it. So let me change the instead of create next app, we should just have like a positivos setup, right? So let me just change that now that we're doing it. So you could go to your layout. It's very simple. You go to source, go to app, go to your layout, and you just change this to whatever that is, right? So positivos. You go to place for anything digital. Alright, so I'm just going to change this one. So update app metadata. So I'm going to just commit that right away and sync all these changes. So this is going to be deployed by the way, and yeah, so in a few seconds you'll be able to have that reflect. So I think with this we've come to the end of this section.